and you are joining the Doing in Business with Vietnam. And we are delighted that you have joined us today. As I've been mentioning, as attendees have joined, this meeting is being recorded. So if you have any problem or it's difficulties with you being recorded, this is your opportunity to sign off now. We have an exciting and dynamic program with a number of speakers today. I'm going to get off the dais in just a moment, except to tell you first who we are and why I do this. I'm the director of the local office here for the Commerce Department in Indiana. Our job as the frontline trade promotion organization of the U.S. government is to promote exporting globally. And we are so excited to have friends and colleagues from our decks across the United States, and especially our partner deck in Illinois, to join us today. And so you're going to hear a lot of great information, and we hope that will help us engage more fully with the Vietnamese market. So we appreciate all those that have taken the time to join. Again, if you are not speaking, please mute your mic, and that way we can make sure that only speakers are speaking. I'll now turn the meeting over to Andrew Reinke, who is the chair of the Indiana District Export Council.
Well, thank you, Mark. And as always, thank you for your continued partnership in all that we do. And a special welcome to the Indiana-Illinois District Export Council members and their audience, and to exporters all across the United States. A note of thanks to our speakers from the Vietnamese Embassy, including, of course, His Excellency Ambassador Zoom, for their participation, along with the speakers from the U.S. side, Mark Hubbs of Amatrol in southern Indiana, and Scott Kotfis of Darbert Cromwell in Illinois. Special thanks to you, David Day of Global Risk Mitigation, former NADEC member and Hawaii DEC, for doing a wonderful job stewarding all of us and through the finish line and getting ready for today's webinar. It was David's idea to give the proceeds from this program to disaster relief efforts in our country's southeastern states and out in California, from the wildfires out there and the hurricanes in southern Indiana.
12 o'clock conference call. So I just got back.
Okay. A brief. We raised about a little over $1,200 towards that effort. So thank you to all that paid the fee to register. A brief description about us, the Indiana DEC. It is a not-for-profit organization, all the DECs are, and we operate under the auspices of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And our mission is to promote exporting, all of us, promote exporting as a way to strengthen Indiana companies, grow the state's economy, and create jobs. We offer one-on-one export counseling and programs and serve as a focal point of export resources and information. Each state of the union has at least one export council. Thanks to our DEC members from Indiana and Illinois and across the country, and to our partners, Ex-Im Bank, Indiana SBDC, Indy Chamber, International Center, Indiana University Cyber, Purdue University, and the US SBA, and the US Department of Commerce. This is the first time we've co-hosted a DEC program with another state District Export Council, and the first time co-hosting with a national DEC. So we've companies and registrants from 15 different states, from the West Coast to the East, from the North to the South, and the District of Columbia. Fred Latapruisa, CEO of Ex-Im 2020 Group, also serves on the National DEC Board. And Fred, I'm not sure if Fred is on, but we also have, if you are Fred, I'd like you to say a few words. And if you aren't, we also have Steve Olson from NADEC. So Fred, if you are on, if you would, please say a few words. Steve, would you thank you for your support. Thank you to NADEC. Thank you to the National DEC. So
this is quite important, I think, as at NADEC, where we just roll up all 61 DECs under one umbrella organization. It's great to be here. Unfortunately, Sam O'Dave, who's a chairman of the Illinois DEC, is having some technology issues. So on behalf of Illinois DEC, We thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your time for us to be able to participate in this. It's an important step forward to doing more exports and imports from Vietnam. So thank you very much, Andrew and David and Mark, for organizing this.
Our pleasure. Thanks, Stephen. And say hello to Sam when you see him next. And it was Sam's idea actually to bring our two states together to host this. So thanks to the great state of Illinois and our neighbor and our friends to our west. So with that in mind, it is my pleasure to go ahead and turn the program over to David Day, who's done a fantastic job, as I mentioned, getting this program launched. David, my pleasure to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Andrew, and greetings to all of you. And one of the individuals that has done a lot to help create this program, but perhaps has not been recognized yet, is my colleague and the CEO of our foundation, Dr. Elizabeth Chan. And Elizabeth is on the program here with us, and she will be co-hosting this. And I think that, let me just tell you that between Elizabeth and me, our respective business contacts and expertise with Vietnam goes all the way back to the initial lifting of the U.S. embargo in 1994. And I was not present in a recent trip that Ambassador Zoom, you made to Hawaii, looking at the development of relations between companies here in Hawaii and Vietnam, but Elizabeth was. And so what we will do is introduce our other members of the team from the Vietnamese embassy after the ambassador has had an opportunity to speak. And Ambassador Zoom, because you have met Elizabeth and you know her, I think it's only fair that the honors to introduce you be passed to her. And so Elizabeth, if you would kindly introduce Ambassador Zoom to all of the participants in this webinar, that would be great.
Good morning, Ambassador. For our DEC members, I would like to introduce His Excellency Ambassador Zoom, who's the Ambassador of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to the United States. The Ambassador has had extremely extensive experience over 30 years in the Vietnamese Foreign Service and has held many positions involving international integration, bilateral, multilateral diplomacy, international economic affairs, and human resource management and development. Among one of his key posts previously was the Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, and also the Deputy Foreign Minister for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The ambassador, over his 3 years in the United States, has taken a great interest in furthering the relationships between the United States and Vietnam, especially in the economic arena, and including the very great sacrifice of a 12-hour flight to Hawaii last year to look at developing economic relations with Vietnam and the state of Hawaii. So with that, let me turn this over to His Excellency Ambassador Zoom.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and good afternoon. You know, Mr. Mark Cooper, Director, Department of Commerce. Can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you. We can hear you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth, for the very kind introduction, and good afternoon. You know, Mr. Mark Cooper, Director, Department of Commerce, Mr. Andrew Riker, and the Indiana District Export Council, and Mr. Sam Odell, Illinois District Export Council. So Ms. Elizabeth Chance and Mr. David Day, Global Risk Mitigation Foundations, distinguished representatives of U.S. companies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to join you virtually for the Doing Business with Vietnam webinar. On behalf of the embassy, I would like to extend my sincere appreciations to the Indiana and Illinois District Export Councils for organizing this important event. My gratitude also goes to the Global Risk Mitigation Foundation for co-organizing and for connecting us all together. Let me begin by noting that since the normalization of diplomatic relations in 1995, Vietnam-US ties have made extraordinary strides. This progress reached a historic milestone in 2023 with the establishment of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, one of the highest level diplomatic relationship. Our cooperation now spans multiple sectors, and economic collaboration is one of the most dynamic and vital areas. Bilateral trade between our two countries has grown exponentially, rising from 50 million US dollar in 1995 to nearly 150 million dollar in 2024, making Vietnam one of the US top 10 trading partners. Major American companies such as Intel, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, Amazon, Nvidia, Boeing, some organizations, and SpaceX chosen Vietnam as a key investment destinations. And at the same time, you know, Vietnamese enterprises are also increasingly eager to invest in the United States. So, friends, ladies and gentlemen, strategically located in the Asia Pacific region, Vietnam serves as a gateway connecting Southeast Asia to global markets. With a young, dynamic, and increasingly skilled workforce, Vietnam is a competitive manufacturing hub and a consumer market for over 100 million people with a growing middle class. The Vietnamese government remains committed to foster a stable, transparent, and business-friendly environment. With 17 free trade agreements, Vietnam is a global trade bridge that can connect the United States to ASEAN and other economies in Asia. We take pride that after 4 decades of development, Vietnam has transformed from developed countries into a middle income one, with GDP growth 100 times. Today, Vietnam is a 35th largest, world largest economy, and our GDP average growth in many years now exceeded 7%. Vietnam and the United States are highly complementary economies. Vietnam has advantages in consumers' products, while the United States the least in high technologies. Vietnam is committed to ensuring a more balanced trade relationship with the United States. As part of this effort, Vietnam has agreed to purchase more Boeing aircrafts, increase imports of LNG, natural gas from the United and agricultural products from the United States. While Vietnam also we are conducting reviews on tariffs system and market entry conditions for sustainable trade growth. So I think this event is both timely and valuable, providing a platform for American businesses to engage and to increase their export and investment to Vietnam. In this seminar, you know, my colleagues from the embassy and the U.S. companies will share insights into Vietnam's economic potential, the many advantages of doing business with Vietnam. The year 2025 marks a significant milestone for both Vietnam and the United States as we commemorate 50 years since the end of the war and 30 years of normalized diplomatic relations. Many important events will take place in both countries, reflecting our enduring partnership and shared progress. I believe that this webinar serves as an icebreakers event. And I strongly encourage the district export councils to consider to organize trade missions to Vietnam to explore the vast potential for cooperation. On behalf of the Vietnamese embassies, I wish for the success of our partnership and productive webinar. After my remarks, I invite you to watch a short video highlighting Vietnam's economic potentials. So once again, thank you all for joining today's webinar. So let's work together to drive success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Vietnam, the third largest economy in Southeast Asia, with a GDP exceeding $476.3 billion, is also among the world's top 20 FDI destinations and one of the top 20 countries in terms of trade volume.
Over the past 35 years, the country has been a success story in development and foreign investment attraction, maintaining its position as an attractive and safe destination with a dynamic, high-potential market, an investor's destination for success. Vietnam is one of the few economies that maintained positive growth during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2022, the country's GDP increased by 8.02%. Vietnam has recorded a GDP growth rate of 5.05% in 2023.
In 2024, the country's GDP increased by 7.09%.
To fulfill its commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, Vietnam is effectively implementing its national green growth strategy, while promoting economic restructuring towards new growth models that incorporate environmental sustainability and social equity, ESG. The potential for cooperation in green growth, digital economy, circular economy, knowledge economy, science, technology, and innovation is rapidly expanding. Located in the heart of Southeast Asia, a dynamic and developing region, Vietnam enjoys a strategic geographical position. It only takes 1 to 5 hours to fly from Hanoi or Ho Chi Minh City, the nation's economic hub, to Bangkok, Singapore, Beijing, Seoul, or Tokyo. Socio-political and macroeconomic stability are well maintained. Vietnam's economy, with a population of 100 million, has consistently maintained a growth rate of 6 to 7% over the past 2 decades. Vietnam has strategic partnerships with 17 countries, including many in the G7 and G20. Vietnam has served successfully as chair of ASEAN, chair of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, AIPA, in 2020, and as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the 2020 to 2021 term. To integrate more deeply into global value and supply chains, Vietnam is accelerating its institutional reform, improving its business environment and increasing its national competitiveness. Vietnam's business investment environment is continuously improving. UNCTAD has ranked Vietnam among the world's top 20 destinations for foreign direct investment. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit's (EAU) Global Business Environment Ranking, Vietnam is the most dynamic country, showing the most significant improvement in business activity, rising 12 places compared to the previous year. Many prestigious international organizations continue to highly regard the performance and prospects of Vietnam's economy.
GDP per capita is about $4,700.
Making good use of internal resources for rapid and sustainable development based on science and technology, innovation and digital economy transformation is a cross-cutting priority in the socio-economic development plan and strategy for 2021 to 2030. In 2024, Vietnam's Global Innovation Index ranked 44th out of 133 economies, rising over 27 places in the past decade and reaching 4th in ASEAN, according to the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. For 14 consecutive years, Vietnam's Innovation Index has always been higher than its development level. The National Innovation Center was established to promote business ecosystem development and attract leading innovators to bring new technologies to Vietnam. Contributing to the goal of becoming a regional technology and innovation hub, the National Innovation Center focuses on promoting several new fields, such as smart manufacturing, smart cities, cybersecurity, digital communications, environmental technology, semiconductors, green hydrogen, health, and artificial intelligence. In order to enhance connectivity between economic centers and promote regional development, Vietnam is currently focusing on investing in numerous large-scale transport and urban infrastructure projects, including the North-South Expressway, airports, seaports, coastal roads, and urban rail networks. Among these, Long Ton International Airport near Ho Chi Minh City is planned to become a major new hub for air transshipment in the region. By 2025, the North-South Expressway with a total length of 1,814 kilometers will be completed, and it is expected that in the next 10 years there will be about 5,000 kilometers of expressway in the country. As the 15th most populous country in the world and third in Southeast Asia, Vietnam is currently in a golden population period, with over 60% of its population of working age. The country's rapidly growing middle class is expected to reach 50% of the population within 10 years. To develop its workforce, Vietnam is actively reforming its education sector, from high school to university and vocational training. At the same time, the country is aiming to train 100,000 high-tech engineers, including 50,000 semiconductor and AI engineers. Vietnam is actively working towards global integration, acting as a responsible partner in the international community. In addition to the ASEAN region's market of over 650 million people, Vietnam has joined 16 free trade agreements with over 60 economies in all major economic and political centers, including 15 G20 members. Vietnam is always ready to welcome the global wave of investment. The country focuses on improving the business investment environment, developing infrastructure, preparing serviced land in industrial parks, promoting skilled workforce development, expanding energy projects, especially renewable energy, prioritizing the development of supporting industries and streamlining administrative procedures. The Vietnamese government has also formed a special task force to resolve difficulties and implement institutional reform, creating a more transparent and favorable business environment. Numerous incentive policies have been issued to attract large-scale projects that utilize advanced technology, generate added value, and enhance Vietnam's position in global value chains. Let's seize the opportunities and stay ahead of the global trend. Together, we can shape a prosperous and sustainable future. Welcome to Vietnam, a safe and attractive destination for your success.
Wow, Elizabeth, that
Hi,
was
David.
hi. Lynn, how are you?
Yeah, Ambassador, I'm laughing because he has an urgent meeting, so he sent you and all the participants his regards, and thank you for the seminar. Thank you for the participation.
Well, okay, that's fine, and we anticipated that because of this is a very busy schedule for all of you at the embassy there. We anticipated that, and that's just fine. And let me just make one comment, and then we'll Elizabeth and I will introduce the embassy team that's with you there, and that is this. For those of you who are attending this program, if we measure the time when Vietnam started its economic reforms with the Doi Moi programs back in 1986, if we go from that time frame until this moment in time, what you have seen is the emergence of a middle power that has done enormous improvement in the reduction of poverty in the country. It is no longer a developing country. It is a middle power with buyers looking for American products. And this is something that we'll develop as we go along in the program here. So I don't want anybody on this webinar to think that we're talking about exporting to a developing or underdeveloped country, because Vietnam is a strong trade partner of the United States and a strong friend to the United States. And so this is a tremendous opportunity business-wise for American firms to export. And we have some investment expertise, which we're going to lay out for you here, because sometimes in the exporting field, you need to develop some imports. You need to develop some new aspects of your products, which you're ultimately going to export. So Elizabeth, that was quite a bit of fireworks from the ambassador with the video, don't you think?
Yeah, it was.
You have any opening comments here before we start in with some introductions?
Actually, a couple of facts that I thought were really interesting in that video is the emphasis on the growing middle class in Vietnam, and also how much of the population is working age in Vietnam. With 60%, that's quite a market, actually.
The other piece is that Vietnam's population now is just approaching 100 million, 90, upper 90s, something like that. I think I've got that right. But that's, Lynn, have I got, is it over 100 million?
100 million now.
Okay, all right.
Over 100 million now. We passed it last year, 100 million.
So that is a big exploding market of young talent for all kinds of business activities. And let's start. Elizabeth, how about you introduce the gentleman in the center of the screen there, Mr. Lin? How about you introduce him for our folks?
All right, let me introduce Mr. Lin for everybody. He is the Chief Economic Officer at the Embassy of Vietnam. Mr. Lin is the head of the economic section at the Vietnam Embassy, and his portfolio includes bilateral economic relations and economic diplomacy. And I understand that David met with you recently in Washington, D.C. I apologize for missing that. I heard it was a very productive and fruitful discussion. I look forward to seeing you again in D.C.
And I think the gentleman on the right of your screen, that the really handsome guy is Mr. Do Ngoc Huong, and Mr. Huong is the head of the trade office of the Embassy of Vietnam. And for those of you American executives on this program, he would be like roughly our equivalent of a senior 4-star U.S. commercial service officer who has the difference is he has extraordinary background in a number of international organizations and participation that I think it's really important. He did a lot of work assisting the Deputy Minister Nguyen Cam Tu in the pivotal role in the Vietnam's trade negotiations with the TPP and the RCEP and a number of other trade agreements. And interestingly, he was a counselor in the permanent mission of Vietnam next to the United Nations office. And he also headed, kind of interesting, he headed the logistics and press team having to do with the APEC framework ministerial meeting in 2016 and the ASEAN ministerial meetings in 2020 held by the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Vietnam. And as the head of the trade office for the Embassy of Vietnam, what is important here is that all of you recognize Mr. Huong and get a chance to see him. And if you've got questions after this program, you know who to see with the embassy. And Elizabeth, I'm going to introduce the next, the lady to the left of your screen now. This is Miss Leti Mai Vun, and she is an investment counselor for the embassy. And Miss Vun has, tremendous experience with the Ministry of Planning and Investment in Vietnam. And she is here because she has lots of specialized expertise in project appraisal, project monitoring, policy making, investment promotion, data management, and analysis. And Ms. Vun has been really a dedicated member at the Foreign Investment Agency since its establishment. And Elizabeth, do you recall that large piece of artwork that the former ambassador Ha carried in his suitcase that is in our office?
The one that takes up most of the wall?
Yeah.
Yes.
That piece of artwork, Miss Vun, was presented to me way back in 1997 when we first started the negotiations on a trade relationship. And it was presented by the then Minister of Investment and Industry. I believe it's Ministry of Planning and Investment way back then. And at some point, I'll show you a picture of that. All right. We've got this embassy team here, Elizabeth, and what we want to do is let's see if we can, in the questions, and I want to talk to the embassy group just for a second here, because your video looks like it's freezing a little bit on us. Do you see that, Elizabeth?
Yeah, it looks a little frozen right now.
Okay. Let's see if we can, hopefully they can hear. Lynn, would you give me a thumbs up?
Yeah.
You can hear all right.
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, yeah, we're fine. It's just the video is a little rough. So let me ask the three of you to think about the following three areas that maybe in some of your answers to questions, you can weave in a little comment to the question. And that has to do with, what do you think, Elizabeth? Cultural considerations of doing business in Vietnam?
Yeah,
That would be one.
That would be one, and maybe also touching on some of the regulatory requirements in key agencies, as well as the best sectors or market prospects for U.S. exporters.
Now, you just keep those three items in mind: cultural considerations, regulatory requirements in key agencies, and best sector market prospects for U.S. exporters. And to the extent that we don't cover those three, or we don't touch upon them by weaving them into other questions, we'll come back to those, time permitting. So Elizabeth, why don't you maybe take a crack at an initial question, maybe directed to Mr. Hung?
Sure, let me start off with the first question we have for you. Assuming that business opportunities in Vietnam include exports, can you talk about some of the export assistance programs the Vietnam government might have in place for Vietnamese manufacturers to grow their export business?
You could hear me loud and clear, right? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's my utmost pleasure to attend the meeting, and thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak up about the Vietnam export assistance program. So believe me, from your export standpoint, U.S. companies which are specialized in exporting. You do not want to witness Vietnam with a very strong export assistance program. So you are very well aware that Vietnam trade policy is very well aware, aligned with international trade regulations and rules in the framework of WTOs and other international organizations. And we do not violate or raise any kind of, intention for litigations or allegations, especially when we speak about the AD/CVD investigations recently, which is the anti-dumping and countervailing duties. So we do not rely on the export assistance program to boost our or to foster our export volumes, but we rely rather on individuals, companies' resilience capacities and availability, and capacity to develop their own export programs. And from the government point of view, we only lend them some trade promotions initiatives like I'm working currently for the Ministry of Industry and Trade, in which we provide several initiatives for trade promotions programs. For example, like each and every year, we sponsor a certain amount of money to those companies to assist international trade fairs around the world. And one of those are organized and hosted in the United States, like the seafood trade fairs in Boston in March. The footwear and apparel trade fairs in Las Vegas, which is called the Magic Shows in Las Vegas in October, and among other trade initiatives and trade fairs around the world and in the United States. So to touch upon a little bit about the Vietnam Trade Office functions and responsibilities, we are in the networks of over 50 Vietnam Trade Offices around the world. And in the United States, American soil, we have the main trade office in Washington, D.C., and several branches in other states like San Francisco, Houston, and New York, which is a trade exhibition office in New York. And we complete and committed to several trade roles, like, for example, to study carefully and scrutiny and with due diligence about the U.S. trade policy, so we can make in due time, equitable recommendations to government agencies and business associations in Vietnam, so we can, effectively counteract and react, in a timely manners. So our trade community, business community, do not, humble or fall upon those, constantly changing trade policy. Recently that you might know that the Trump administration's just put out the initiative for the reciprocal tariff, which intends to impose on several countries. Among those countries, Vietnam is very well one of the most, important trade partners with the U.S. We have a very high trade deficit with the U.S. I admit that, but if we look into the components and we break down the trade deficits between Vietnam and the U.S., we might see that U.S. is joining. We're both enjoying a mutually beneficiary benefits between the two countries, and we intend to keep the trade flows and trade relationship very strong between the two countries. And another function is we protect and safeguard, legitimate rights of the business communities, business communities and U.S. communities. Vice versa, when we export to the U.S. and we import from the U.S. Markets. For example, we engage in several talks and trade in trade talks in order to mitigate any negative impacts that might be brought upon by recent investigations conducted by Department of Commerce, USTR, and other trade associations like the CFA, which just engaged in talks, and we signed the MOU by withdrawing our litigations in WTO frameworks against the U.S. government. And at the same time, Department of Commerce withdraw a list of Vietnamese exporting companies of catfish to the U.S. market. So it's a win-win for both sides. And thirdly, we organize trade missions between the two countries. For example, last year in June, we organized the Vietnam International Sourcing Expo in Ho Chi Minh City, in which we invited, several U.S. companies and corporates like Amazon, Walmart, Boeing, Costco to attend the Vietnam International Sourcing Expo in Ho Chi Minh City. So we seek to import a lot of products from the U.S. market and at the same time to export products of potential, export products of high quality with affordable price to the U.S. markets. So at the same time, we try to reduce the trade deficits and help the consumers in the U.S. market to enjoy products of high quality and reduce the inflation rate in the U.S. markets. So I hope whatever Trump administration trying to do and to achieve, it does not impact, bilateral trade between the two countries. By imposing unnecessary or unfair trade remedies or non-trade barriers, between the two countries. So we looking forward to a transparent, supportive trade relationship between the U.S. and Vietnam. And lastly, sorry, let me have a look. So a lot of you are very concerned about the U.S. transshipments and circumventions line to bypass U.S. law and regulations by exporting to Vietnam markets, process and assemble in Vietnam and re-export to U.S. markets. So you can rest assured that we talk to the people at the customs department in Vietnam and several relevant agencies in Vietnam, and we do have a very carefully drafted and crafted programs to combat and to fight against any initiative fraud, certificate of origin fraud or illegal trade with China. We take that very seriously. And recently, we just imposed the anti-dumping duties on the imports products of steel from Chinese markets. So, we are very committed to collaborate and to align with U.S. rules and regulations, so not to be place ourselves in the umbrella or apprentices of U.S. investigations. And we are very committed, and we promise to, work together with U.S. markets. Work together with U.S. relevant agencies in order to avoid any kind of, potential threats or export investigations conducted by Department of Commerce or USTR. And we, for your reference, our minister, the minister of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, he intends to travel to the U.S. and to have bilateral meetings and engage in bilateral talks with Minister or Secretary Lutnick and head of USTR, which will be officially appointed, very shortly, Mr. Jameson Gregor, so we can address, concerns of mutual parties, to lower the trade deficits. The trade, to address the trade deficit problem, the imbalance trade, and at the same time, streamline any administrative procedures when we grant, licenses to U.S. companies when they try to invest in Vietnam and to do business in Vietnam. So you have a very, financially promising market which is on the rise, and we, Vietnam, without further ado, Vietnam is plays among top 8 largest trade partners with the U.S. So it does mean something if you, whenever you want to decide to invest in Vietnam and to do business in Vietnam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Hung. We're going to press on with change of topic in just a moment here, but let me just remind everybody, we want to try to stay on the clock, keep our answers tight. And one of the things that Mr. Hung just said that is very significant, and that is for those of us that have been concerned that Vietnam has been used as a platform for Chinese companies subverting the tariffs against China imposed by the United States by setting up in Vietnam and then exporting out of Vietnam. One of the things that he said that is most important is that Vietnam is taking a very aggressive stand to prevent that from happening. But let's turn to a completely different topic now, and maybe this will be a real easy, short one for you, Ms. Van. Could you just give us a short idea, very brief, on what infrastructure investments do you see that are taking place to really improve Vietnam's supply chain capabilities? What kinds of things do you see happening?
Thank you, Davide, for the question. Yes, Vietnam is actively pursuing infrastructure investment to bolster its supply chain capacity, recognizing its crucial role for the global economy. I can list here some key areas. First and the most important one is we invest heavily in transportation infrastructure. It includes roads and expressway, as you see in the video that Vietnamese government is investing heavily in building and operating road expressway to improve connectivity between the country, between the manufacturing hub, port, and other key logistic points within the country. Another road system, we invest on the railway. So we are planning to develop high-speed railway, particularly for the north-south high-speed railway to enhance the efficiency of freight and passenger transport. Also, we invest in port, seaport. Significant investment are being made to expand and modernize deep water port, allowing them to handle larger and vessels and increase cargo volume. This is critical factor in facilitating international trade for Vietnam. And we also invest on airports. The project like the Long Thanh International Airport are aimed at increasing air cargo capacity and improving the air connectivity. Second, and also important, that we prepare for digital transformation. As we recognize that technology advancement is the most important in this area. So Vietnam's embracing the technology like AI, blockchain, and automation to enhance the supply chain efficiency and transparency. Also, the National Digital Transformation Program is recognized as the key initiative driving this reform. And we invest on digital infrastructure within the country. So investment are being made to expand broadband coverage and promote digital platform for businesses and industrial park and export zones within the country.
So, Ms. Van, let me interrupt you here, and I apologize for the interruption. Let me raise another question that's related to this important developments in infrastructure for you. And let's suppose that on this webinar, there are U.S. companies which, as a part of their export development, they are looking to make some type of foreign investment in Vietnam. And naturally, they are saying to themselves, I wonder whether Vietnam has any type of resources, whether they're Vietnamese or maybe even US-based resources, somewhat like the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, MIDA, to help US companies engage in foreign direct investment in Vietnam. Is there any such authority like that or resources available?
Yeah, sure. We have that kind of resources. So you may know that uh, in the central government, we have foreign investment agency. It's under the Ministry of Land Investment. So this is the main agency responsible for FDI in Vietnam and also the outward FDI from Vietnam to abroad. So it will provide guidance, investment policy, and incentive. Um, we also have the regional and provincial investment promotion centers, which the regional belong to the foreign investment agency um, uh, based in Ho Chi Minh City, the south of Vietnam, and the other one based in Hanoi, for the north of Vietnam. And
Okay.
almost all the province have their provincial investment promotion center, which help the investor to understand the investment environment in each province and regional.
Okay, well, I think one of the things that's very important about this webinar is for us to essentially introduce you and your expertise to this audience of American executives. And for those of you who are participating in this program, please consider contacting Ms. Vun in the event that you are interested at all in or thinking about some type of foreign investment in American investment in the country. She is quite an expert on the resources that are available and can be of enormous assistance to you. And with apologies, Ms. Vun, I am getting urgings from our host to push on time-wise here. And so thank you for that. And I think there's one final question that Elizabeth and I want to put to the embassy team here. And this is a question that is, it makes the Americans uneasy, but it's a point of confidence, I think. And so I'm going to direct that to Lynn here, this final question. And I know the concern in the back of the minds of many of the executives on this is what is the current situation? And they're going to ask me this. If I don't ask you, I'm going to get text messages on my phone. I can just tell you that right now. Then, what is the situation with commissions or concern about corruption in Vietnam now? And because in my early days in work with the country, I've seen it come a long ways, but there have been some problems. And so, Lynn, would you maybe address this situation for our audience here?
Yeah, David, I would take because of the time is it's running very fast, so I will be very brief. So let me start by saying that the situation in Vietnam, I think it changed a lot, along with our development, changed a lot in the last 20, 30 years. And anti-corruption became a very, very important issue in Vietnam, important and got a lot of attention from the state of Vietnam and also from the government. And in 2018, we adopted the anti-corruption law, and according to the World Bank, it is one of the most comprehensive law in anti-corruption in Asia. You can find it on the World Bank website, or you can Google it. So the law extends the anti-corruption and the anti-bribery, not only the relationship between the public and private sectors, but also between private companies. And it requires also the active participation of private company in this process. And the enforcement of anti-corruption law and anti-bribery is very strict. So, which means that the commission now, I think, is becoming very rare. And Vietnam is now the top 20 in the world for the foreign direct investment and for the trade volume. So I don't think that foreign companies they're coming to Vietnam if there's this practice of commission, asking commission, or asking for some percentage basis of the affairs. And additionally, Vietnam is implementing also the restructuring of several ministries and departments. So with the aim we want to enhance, speed up the trade and the investment process, and to create a more transparent environment. So when you come to Vietnam and you meet the ministries and you meet the departments, so you will have only few numbers of contact points. So we match them together and we speed up the process. So I think, in my point of view, you can be, very sure and very confident about the environment in Vietnam. And if you allow me, one more thing about Ms. Van, she's from the Ministry of Planning Investment. She's from the Foreign Direct Agency. So everything related to the investment business environment in Vietnam, you can rely on her. And she's here in Washington, D.C. So I encourage American business to contact her for any question regarding investment. I hope I answered to your questions.
You did, and it warms my heart to hear that answer, Lynn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Elizabeth, I think we had better let this embassy team move on to many of their other obligations here in the month of February. But do you have anything further for them?
Sorry, I was on mute. I think that's it for the embassy team. I think we've covered most of our questions, and we can turn on to the next part of our program.
All right. I think just as if you would get ready, Elizabeth, to introduce Mark Hubbs, and while you're doing that, let me just ask, can you give either one of the three of you give our American executives here just one tip for cultural consideration for doing business in Vietnam? Just give them one tip. I guess I wasn't heard there. Lynn, can you give our American executives
Sorry, related to us?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was about the U.S. companies.
No, I want to get one from you. Just get one tip to help them.
I think one of us shall win one. I think the most important thing is as the ambassador said, it's a ice-breaking event. But I think I do encourage you to come to Vietnam, or if you have the chance to come to the embassy to meet us in person, or to meet at the trade office in New York, in San Francisco, and in Houston, Texas. So I think it can be, you will find a lot of opportunities, to working and exporting and doing investment to Vietnam, but also for looking for Vietnam investment to the U.S. So just meet and just, I think, to organize, some mission to Vietnam, or if you have a chance to go to Vietnam on a holiday, and you will see the opportunities also as well.
All right, thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to add on what Mr. Ling already said. My tip is very simple. In Vietnam, we have a saying like the attitude dictates the success. I mean, whatever you're heading to, I mean, your good and positive attitude, your sincere, personality will triumph above all. And I mean, in Vietnam, we appreciate very much, your positive attitude. Whenever we do business, and even you are having or facing difficulties in financial problems, but with good attitude, a lot of people will help you out.
Very nice. How about Miss Bun? You have a tip for these Americans?
So please contact us here in the U.S. DC base for any request, any question, and any help. So we can try our best to make connection with you to the government agency in Vietnam, as well as with need matching. So any request would come to us,
Thank you
either
all.
through email, phone, or any file contact.
Terrific. Thank you all, and we appreciate your candor and participation in this program. And Elizabeth, over to you with our American panelists.
Okay, let me start by introducing Mr. Mark Hubbs from Amatrol. Mark is from Indiana and is the Director of International Sales for Amatrol, which is a company that creates vocational training systems. And Mark is a member of the Indiana DEC.
Okay, Dr. Chan, thank you. And am I coming through okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay, well, I appreciate the time. Good afternoon, and thank you for the great honor to speak with you all. Honorable Ambassador, Mr. Lin, Mr. Hung, Mrs. Ven, and embassy personnel, Dr. Chan, yourself, and Mr. Day, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Reinke, and all the guests online. Thank you for the time. As Dr. Chan mentioned, my name is Mark Hubbs, Director of International Sales here at Amatrol, based at the southern tip of the state of Indiana. And the company Amatrol, we're a manufacturer of technical training systems. And if you're not aware, we're a 40-plus-year-old company here in southern Indiana, and we are a manufacturer of world technical skills and actually a world leader in developing the technical training programs and hardware that accompanies with it. We are ISO 9001 and 14001 certified. And with that background, a key to our success is not that we work in an isolated environment, but we have both industrial partners, education partners, as well as certification partners. Some industrial partners, to mention a few, Rockwell Automation, Fanuc Robotics are some that you may have heard of, as well as certification partners around the world of Industry 4.0, manufacturing skills, and now smart manufacturing around the Department of Energy, another collaboration. We do operate in over 60 countries around the world, including Vietnam. So with that brief background, first question posed is the why. Why do we get involved in Vietnam? And as the ambassador stated at the onset, tremendous growth. In fact, last look at the IMF data, as I was looking at it this morning, I think the only negative was the unemployment. So the unemployment's down at 2%, according to the IMF. So it's a really rosy, wonderful environment to be involved in. And to that, too, I believe Mr. Lin mentioned, too, there's a great affinity to Vietnam working with U.S. companies. And just a side note, my father was in the war, the American War, Vietnam War, some years ago, and just within one generation, it is absolutely amazing. I was in Da Nang a few years ago, and that's where he was stationed. And just the flip within less than a generation, how it was a zone of conflict, and now it's a zone of really warm embrace to American business and companies. It was a real great experience. And another benefit of, the whys, well, we have with the new administration, we have a focus on bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. But guess what? In some cases, we're also reshoring. So where it may not come back to the U.S. Soil, it will be reshored from one country to another, Vietnam being a great beneficiary to that policy. Lastly, the growing manufacturing is really a driving key to all these numbers in Vietnam. And as a result of that, there's an acknowledgement to expand and further develop the technical skills, as evidenced by the heavy investment in the vocational schools. skills going along with that. But anyhow, and that's our role in developing technical training systems, of course. So we're playing a wonderful role in the developing the workforce in Vietnam, and it's really heartwarming to be have a role in that. Couple keys to success or to any company outside of vocational training and technical training is really to have patience. In our experience, patience with finding customers. In our case, we work through distributors. So finding a good partner in Vietnam is absolutely critical. And as the embassy team stated too, go visit Vietnam, get your feet on the ground and know your customers, know if you're working through distribution network, spend some time and develop relationships there. It will not be ill received, I promise you. Lastly, another key to our involvement there are get involved in trade shows and marketing events. We've done trade shows in different ways. One that are organized by worldwide organizations, but also private shows where we do it by invitation. So just in closing, just a couple tips. You know, on a personal note, whether you're traveling to Vietnam or any other country overseas, just remember you're an ambassador to the U.S. outside of your commercial role or business role. You represent the United States. So always show respect for people, enjoy the culture, embrace the custom. It never hurts to, if you happen to have an affinity for languages or not, do spend some time prior to travel and learn some of the niceties. Thank you, for example, in Vietnam. I'm going to botch this up, but Kam Un. And believe me, it goes a long way. It doesn't mean that you are fluent in Vietnamese, but it does go a long way to open barriers and is really well received. And as Mr. Hung mentioned too, you know, show a positive attitude. It really enhances the experience. It builds the relationships, and a smile and just being friendly always goes a long way. So as a result, I think you'll have a positive and mutually benefit experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. And that aspect, what's important about Mark's position and his company is that understand that he is an exporter of services, and the Vietnamese are buying services. And some other program Elizabeth and I can tell you about architectural services that have been purchased by some of our great architectural resort firms here in Hawaii, or massive swimming pool complex design services and installation. So exporting of services is the representation that Mark is bringing to this program. And thank you so much again, Mark. So let's
Mr.
turn
Day,
now
Dr.
to
John, thank you.
Okay, let's turn now to export of goods. So we cover the whole array of things. And so let me bring on Scott Kotvitz. Do I have that pronounced right? Of Dalbert Cromwell. And Scott is the vice president of global business at Dalbert. And this is an Illinois company that manufactures a really interesting product having to do with corrosion. And I don't want to steal Scott's thunder. I want him to tell you about it. But the reason it's so interesting is because with all the salt air here in Hawaii, we are very interested in corrosion. And I'm sorry, we don't count as an export market, Scott. So have at it.
All right, great. Thanks so much. I'm going to do my best here to get the right screen up and running. So if you could bear with me for a moment. My name is Scott Kotvitz. I'm with Dalbert Cromwell, and I'm flipping screens here. So I apologize here. This is always a challenge as you get a show trying to get to appear. It's always a dual. So let's see here. Let me get that one over there. So let me get out of here. Sorry. I apologize, folks. This is I seem to have. Can you see my screen right now?
No, not yet.
Okay. All right, let's try this again. I do share and pull this up. So you get two screens, and you need three. Why isn't it coming up? Again, let's see if this is over here. Push this one again. Again, I apologize. Share content. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, now I just need to pull this buddy over here, and it should pop up. Okay, can you see that?
There we go. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thanks again. Thanks again. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to support companies considering Vietnam as their global strategy. I really want to support what Mark's comments were with regards to the amazing mindset change. I'm a little bit older. I first was in the situation in 1974, graduating from high school, being a little concerned about Vietnam, but I can say that what a change in my first visit going to Vietnam, and then even subsequent to that, or following to that, just the great change that I've seen even in the years I've been there. So just kind of overview over the next 7-10 minutes, I'm going to summarize why we chose to pursue Vietnam and describe our company's value proposition and as in terms of its potential to customers in Vietnam and our journey. So to do that, I'm going to talk about our top challenges as well and tips for success we'll get into. So for us, why Vietnam? It's consistent with our customer-centric approach towards global expansion over the last 30 years. Just like we did in Mexico, China, India, Europe, and Brazil, we see Southeast Asia as an emerging market for our technology. While Vietnam has long been an expansionary market for Japanese companies wanting to limit their exposure to China, it has increasingly been attractive for European, US, and other Asian country-based companies adopting China Plus One strategies. As we have expected, FDI by our customer base continues to grow in Vietnam. To understand that better, I should kind of get into a little bit about our target markets and our value proposition to those customers. We primarily target manufacturers making metal parts and assemblies for the automotive, heavy equipment, fabricated metal products, electronics, and aviation industries. We make volatile corrosion inhibitors, a technology that incorporates corrosion prevention into packaging materials as a dry packaging material. And they're especially suited for supply chains that are exporters and where exporting from countries like the Southeast Asia, including Vietnam, corrosion is very high. So it should be a prime market for our types of products, which are exported. Our products are environmentally preferred over cosmetics and oils because once parts are wrapped with the metals, all you need to do is unwrap the parts from the VCI packaging material, and you do not need to remove or any oils or dispose of any hazardous or spent cleaners. So this makes it a environmentally preferred type of product. We also make other high performance liquid corrosion inhibitors that are water-based as well as traditional oil or solvent-based. Beyond our traditional markets, our VCIs are protecting electronics inside data centers, offshore oil and gas platforms, as well as wind and solar farms. In summary, our value proposition is based upon our 90 years plus of experience in the corrosion market, the confidence that we can provide manufacturers that are end users also in a global marketplace. And of course, our products and our technical support. It was mentioned about artwork. This is one of my favorite pieces of artwork I have in my living room, which I bought in Vietnam. And it really, I think, was fitting to put as describing our journey. It began in about 2010. We began asking our distributors in Southeast Asia, especially Singapore, what are you doing in Vietnam? It seems to be an emerging market. I first visited Hanoi and the northern area in 2011, followed up about a year and a half after that in 2013, and a second visit to Ho Chi Minh City in 2014. And all these were with key end users, primarily multinational companies who were setting up operations and setting up companies to do manufacturing in Vietnam with the intention primarily to export metal parts. During this time, I also really from 2014 until around COVID, attended several programs regarding Vietnam organized by some of the international trade organizations, including the International Association of Greater Chicago, International Trade Association of Greater Chicago, which I'm a board member. In 2022, while transitioning my Asia responsibilities to our new Director of Business Development in Asia, we made sure to include Vietnam, where we conducted training with one of our new distributors. In 2023, one of my contacts at the Illinois Department of Economic Development reached out to me, and we started talking about a program they called iStep. This is a partial grant program which helped pay for us to do business development support in terms of marketing research, identifying distributors and end users in a market. And I said that, you know, this is a perfect program for Vietnam, and this is what we adopted that iStep program to. Currently, we continue to develop distributors and build awareness with end users. And I talked to our director last week to get updates for this presentation and confirmed, in fact, she is there this week working with distributors traveling in the Vietnam market. So she was not going to be able to be on this call. In terms of our top challenges, I would say what we learned, we could not rely on our non-Vietnamese Southeast Asia distributor partners to build market share. That was asking them in Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia. They cited challenges related to language, culture, financial, and logistic challenges. And what it really tells you is that, you know, the Southeast Asia is a very diverse market. Even in this case, they found the challenges to be those that they weren't really to try to overcome. But I will dig a little bit deeper and say that Vietnam is also not a single market. What we've learned is that manufacturing FDI tends to be clustered, and knowing and building your understanding of where those markets are gets down to some of the geographical breakdowns, breakouts, I should say. And then finally, the market is still relatively young for technology in some cases, but the modernization is maturing. But we did find in situations where China-based companies are transitioning less skilled, high labor functions, and therefore price can be a primary driver. And it's kind of the way things were in some cases 20 years ago in China. But we see these challenges as opportunities to conduct training to both our distributors and to our end users, targeting customers with value, life cycle product quality, technical differentiation, and support. So this really allows us to not just sell on price and to really focus on developing the customers and also improving their overall approach to the market. We feel that this also helps our customers become more competitive in a worldwide market.
Scott, let me jump in here for a moment here, because we're going to run out of time, and I need to tap into your experience and success here in Vietnam. Was Vietnam an important market in your international business strategy? One sentence. Why?
Customer centric. We follow where our customers are going. And in this case, we could see our customers were heading or should head to Vietnam as they developed China Plus One strategies, or were going to markets outside of other Southeast Asia countries. And that takes a long answer to get into.
No, but it's a very fascinating answer, and I hope all of you heard what Scott was saying. And given your success there, what Scott, what kind of tips for success for doing business in Vietnam would you really want to pass on to our folks here?
I would say remain true to your company ethos. For us, that means building brand loyalty through product quality and technical support, targeting and training distributors to target end users meeting the criteria that your company has. You can get pulled down to a whole of price, but you really need to communicate and reinforce value over price. Embrace the Vietnamese cultural values for family, food, good coffee. Expect that you're going to have long lunches and expect to stop somewhere before and after or after a meeting for coffee. It's just part of the culture and it's wonderful. I love Vietnamese coffee. Segment geographically, understand the landscape for each, that they're unique, and then seek and employ various business development resources. For us, that was Department of Commerce, that was the state, that was independent seminars. And then once the potential reaches their threshold, commit your resources. For us, that was to have our Director of Business Development in Asia. So that is our program. So as it was mentioned by Mark, Kanum. Thanks, Mark.
All right. So Elizabeth, back over to you. Any final comments before we turn this program over to Mark or Andrew for a closeout? What kind of final thoughts do you have?
Yeah, one quick thought is that, as Mark mentioned earlier, as business people, we really are ambassadors for the United States in the private sector. We don't always think of it that way, but it's very true. And the relationships we build in business are probably longer lasting and stronger than many of our diplomats have the opportunity to build in their short 3-year posts or rotations through a different country. Remember that we're working with these people for a very long time.
Okay. And I think the big picture that, as we get ready to go back to Mark here, that we want to leave with all of you is this. In the period of time from the U.S. embargo period through the normalization of relations up through the comprehensive strategic partnership that now exists between the United States and Vietnam, what's happened is that Vietnam has developed its trade with the United States in terms of its exports or our imports in an imbalanced situation, so that this imbalance is, of course, sets them up on a vulnerability scale for imposition of tariffs. And so what you're seeing with this program is the hard work and effort by the Vietnamese government to rebalance the trade by encouraging and helping the development of American exports into the country, and exports may be tied with foreign direct investment. And so that balancing of the trade push is very consequential for American exporters, because they've got a government and a people and a trade relationship that really wants to balance out the trade and encourage more American exports, whether they be in services or in goods. They'll take both. And so back over to you, Mark or Andrew, to close this program out, however you want to do it. And thank you all. And thank you, Elizabeth.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Probably, Andrew, you need to get off mute.
Andrew, you're muted.
Thank you. Well, thank you, David and Elizabeth, for doing a wonderful job moderating the panel. A lot of great content, as you both mentioned. Key to this is that Vietnam is trying to improve the trade imbalance with the United States, and their contacts offered the attendees of this webinar to further that. And so if you're a company listening and attending this afternoon, we'll be reaching out to you with the contact information of the people you've met today. And I want to offer a special thanks to the Vietnamese embassy staff and especially the ambassador for his time and support. I've had the pleasure of visiting Vietnam, as I mentioned a few minutes before we began, for work, and found the country extremely beautiful. And you saw that in the video. And its people equally warm and welcoming. So if you're thinking of expanding into Southeast Asia, Vietnam seems to be a great place to do so. And to our partners at the Illinois and National District Export Councils, thanks for your partnership and the co-hosting of this event, and for countries around the country. Thank you for attending. I'm going to share a post about future events at the Indiana Deck. We have our annual conference on May 8th in Indianapolis at Newfields Art Museum. And if you're not from Indiana, you would be welcome. For all those, if you'd like to travel to the Hoosier State, we're known for Hoosier hospitality. We'd love to have you. Again, it's May 8th, and we'll have some information coming forth soon after this webinar. Sam or anybody from the Illinois District Export Council, any final words from you? Mark, how about you? Oh, Steve, very good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought Sam was on, so I was pausing for a second. I think this is a great example of the collaboration that can occur with the DECs, and we take a really active approach to removing the silo effect and really thinking about more regional through Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin. I think if we look at that way, we're all on the same mission to help our companies grow employment and help reduce our trade deficits. And so along that way, whether it's the Illinois DECs or Indiana DEC or the NADAC, I think that we're going to take even more important role as we go forward with some of the reduced resources that commerce is going to have. And so I think at that high level, I think this is a great example of collaboration.
Thank you, Steve. And I just got a text from Sam. Sam, from the Indiana DEC, chair for the Indiana DEC, anything to add?
Illinois DEC.
I'm sorry, the Illinois DEC.
I think he's on mute.
All right. Well, Mark, any closing comments from you?
No. Thank you to all. Yes, I will say thank you to all. Thank you to my friends and colleagues at the U.S. or the Vietnamese embassy. Thank you to the ambassador, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you again for graciously being part of our program today. We want to thank you for that. And thank you to all our attendees who have joined us today. We think this has been a great and an informative program, and we hope that you did too. We value the conversation and also the cooperation with the Illinois DEC and others, and we'd like to make this a model for future collaboration. So thank you to everyone.
Agreed.
Hey, Mark and David, do you think we have time for a couple of questions, or?
We're over by 5.
Right. Well, suffice to say, if any questions do arise, they can reach out to us and to the Vietnamese embassy. Thank you, David. Thank you, Mark.
Can someone hear?
David? Thanks.
Nick, are we good you're most welcome. And from way out in the middle of the Pacific, Elizabeth and I send you all aloha, and we will see you again.
Aloha. Thank you
Aloha.
to Elizabeth
Thanks.
and David.
Thank you from the Vietnam Embassy as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
you very
the
much.
organization.
Thank you,
This is
everyone.
very productive.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Lynn. We'll see you in a few weeks. May.
I'll be there.
Yes, see you here in DC, in Washington, DC.
All right.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Hello?